to item 3. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on the closed session agenda items? I do not see anyone in person, and I do not see anyone online. Is that correct? Yep. With that, we'll close the open session and move to closed session at 6:15. I'm calling back opening session at 7:43 PM. There were no reportable action was taken during closed session. And I also would like to report that for items C and D, trustee DeFazio recused himself. Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. Do any of the trustees have questions on the consent agenda? I do not see any. So any members of the public wishing to speak on the consent agenda? And anyone who wishing to speak online, please raise your hand. Get in the queue. I see one person in public and no one online. So, Mr. Nelson, you may begin.
Thank you. Yes, I had a comment on item G, the personnel report. On this personnel report, it has a second person who is pupil services at Castro, who is going on leave. And as you, I hopefully understand, I'm very concerned about the SCD students in this district, as I was in my Totata Liberia district that I taught in. And these are two people that now will be on leave for more than a month, I think. At a time when we know chronic absence is a big problem at Castro. It's the school with the biggest problem on trying to get kids into their seats. This is true even before the pandemic. I hope I've written you on this. I've been in contact with the HR director to try to push her to make sure that when these positions come up, that she's working with two people in the district office who are on these two programs and the principal to see if possible the filling for these kinds of people can be done before they go on leave and leave their seats empty. Because these are the people that go out and talk to the parents, and try to see what's wrong and arrange things. And if they're not at Castro, it's a big problem for Castro reducing this chronic absenteeism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Have any comments on the consent agenda from the trustees? You get Devin back. Oh, there you are. Hey, I don't see any. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda by trustee DeFazio and a second by trustee Reed. We will take a roll call vote. We begin with trustee Conley.
Aye.
Reed.
Aye.
Trustee Henry.
Aye.
Trustee DeFazio.
Aye.
And Bill Lambert. Aye. We have a unanimous approval of the consent agenda. We'll move on to communications. Are there any employee organizations who wish to speak? I do not see any. We'll move on to district committees. Any member of a district committee wish to speak? I do not see any. Therefore, we'll move on to Superintendent Bear.
Yes, good evening. Just a couple of things to share. Athletics are in full swing at our middle schools, and want to offer congratulations to both Graham and Crittenden Middle School girls softball for advancing to the playoffs and the semifinals and into the playoffs, to the semifinals and the championship game for Crittenden. Their hard work and determination, both on and off the field, make us quite proud. Big thanks to the coaches who are involved, Coach Lau, Coach Diddy, and Coach Garcia. And also congratulate the Graham and Crittenden cross-country teams for their strong performance overall in the Valley Junior High School Athletic League. Big thanks to Coach Arce and Coach Wynn at Crittenden, and Coach O'Sullivan and Coach Carol at Graham for leading those teams. Also tomorrow, the Graham Special Day Class team will be participating in Junior Olympic event at Green Middle School in Palo Alto. I'll be joining them for a little while, so looking forward to that as well. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. So are there any members of the public present who wish to speak? I see one person present. Anyone online, please raise your hand. Okay, I do not see anyone. I have Mr. Nelson first, but if I would like to make a comment or a statement before you begin. I see that you're going to present a similar presentation, which you've given many times before. In fact, during the last 10 years, you have made pretty much the same comments that before every board meeting during the public comment session. And 10 years is enough. I really ask you to try to understand the impact that your negative comments toward the board, toward the superintendent, and toward the staff who are trying very hard to close the achievement gap in this district have upon us. You know, intellectually, I think we have sort of dismissed your thoughts a long time ago. However, the emotional impact of the hard work everybody does for this school district is really, disappointing. I often think of someone like a student coming to one of our schools and every day before he or she walks in the door being told that they're a failure. That does not help, and that does not improve performance. In fact, it makes it worse. And what I'm suggesting to you is that you are part of the problem also. I ask you to stop these kind of performances that you do before each board meeting. As you know, under your First Amendment, I cannot prevent you from speaking. Under the Brown Act, I cannot prevent you from speaking. But I can reorganize the agenda so that everybody does not have to listen to you really denigrate the hard work we do every meeting. So with that, you may choose to begin or not.
My name is Stephen Nelson. I'm a former trustee of this district, and I'm a taxpayer in this district also. What I was trying to show last time is here is what the school rankings are from School Digger. It does what's called an API kind of conglomeration of the, not just the percentage of passing grade level, but it's doing the one of the other numbers, and I forget what the numbers.
Please direct your comments to the board.
Scores. And what has happened is this is what the scaled scores, when you put together the math and the ELA and a little bit of science, shows what the rankings are throughout the state of California. They did this for the 2025 ones also. And what these little
Pipe cleaners.
connections, pipe cleaners, yeah. I had a good term for it, but I forgot what it was. Show is how those rankings changed this year. And this year, unfortunately, every single school except for MI went down in their rankings relative to other elementary schools within the state of California. So you could say, well, that's not saying whether they went up, but if everybody else there's a rising tide in the state of California and our elementary schools are slowly slipping down. MI went up, by the way. Here's what you get for the rankings now. Castro is even lower than it was last year and the year before. And unfortunately, I'm not quite sure, but Mistral had a very big drop. I'll send you the copy of what the link is. It had like 855 school drop. Now, that could be there was a lot of schools maybe in this area, if it's something that looks like a normal distribution. So by changing a small amount of academic performance in a school, you can move down a lot in their rankings. But that's still one reasonable comparison. As your staff keeps on saying, it's good to have many metrics that you look at to try to decide how much are we doing for our students. The other thing, I'll talk about it later, is we now are in a position where our SEDs do worse than the county and the state in all of the three common core metrics. Um, Science isn't a common core metric. So that's another reference point. We're doing under the average of the state for our SED students.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, we will move on to discussion and action. First item is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress 2025 Data Report. And Ms. Bauer will present.
Good evening, trustees. So I'm here tonight to give you a presentation regarding our CASP or SBAC scores, which the students took last spring. And just tonight, my goal is to provide you an overview of the scores, an overview of the current work being done, and then an update on the considerations for our work and next steps. And a lot of this is going to be similar to the information that you saw with our iReady report. So just some general information. CASP is the umbrella of assessments required for California public schools. So in our district, we have the kids take the SBAC in language arts and math in grades 3 through 8, or the California alternate assessment if determined by their IEP. Our 5th and 8th graders take the CASP, the science test, or the alternate assessment, the CA for science. And then we also administer the physical fitness test for grades 5 and 7. So the assessments are all aligned to grade level standards. The SBAC is 2 parts. It's got a computer adaptive test, or the CAT, which is similar to iReady, where they use an algorithm to present test questions based on student responses. And then there's a performance task component, which measures more analysis and research skills across standards. And then all families receive their students' score reports. There's 4 proficiency levels, ranging from standard not met level 1 to standard level 4 standard exceeded. And within each of the proficiency levels, there's a range of scores. So kids fall somewhere in one of those areas. So what does the data tell us? So we're going to show year-to-year data, which shows different student groups over time, some cohort data, which tracks the same or similar groups of students over time. We disaggregate by grade level and report student groups. We look at demographic charts so that you can see the school populations and the number of kids that we're talking about in some of these groups, because those changes in school populations can result in greater data changes year to year. And then there's a lot of data for you in the appendix. So just a note to remind everybody about our multilingual learners. Their profile varies widely. So that EL group that we see varies from students that have been in the US for 1 year all the way to students that have been here for 5 or 6 years. And in some cases, you can have a student who entered in 4th grade who's taking the test in 5th grade, the same test that a student who's been here since kindergarten is taking that same test. And so it's just keeping that in mind, that group of students is so different. Previous schooling experiences prior to coming to the US play into this, as well as the fact that they're on LPAC levels 1 to 4. And when our students move towards grade level, which is what we want, they automatically reclassify, and now they're in what we call the fluent English proficient group. So to begin, this is just a representation of our state, county, and district overall scores. You can see that our scores are above the state and the county at an overall level, but you can see that the district scores have shrunk over time, and we're closer to county proficiency rates. This is looking at the district subgroups or student groups as compared to the county. And we know that we've seen a decrease our English learners. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students are both lower than the county. However, our students with disabilities are higher than the county. And again, our Hispanic Latino students have fallen below the level of the county. This is a neighboring, just a snapshot of what it looks like with our neighboring districts. The districts around us are very varied. We don't look the same as all of them. We're probably closest to Sunnyvale, most similar in demographics, but just gives you an idea of where we are compared to our surrounding districts. So looking at math, again, state, county, and district, again, above the state and the county. Looking again, similar story. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged English learners below the county, students with disabilities above the county, and our Hispanic Latino students have fallen below the county level. And again, neighboring districts in math. So overall, our scores are fairly flat. We continue overall to outperform the county in ELA and math. Our Asian and white students are doing very well. Our Hispanic, Latino, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students' scores are lower than the county average. And the gap in performance is larger in MVWSD. Neighboring school districts have either maintained or gained 1 to 2 proficiency points. And as I mentioned, Sunnyvale has the most similar demographics to us. So going into our ELA or reading scores for CASP, looking just at a 3-year comparison for overall elementary and middle school, you can see that we've seen in elementary some proficiency declines, where in middle school we're seeing more of an upward trend, but we're not really touching right now. The percentages of our students in that not met category are pretty flat. We're not moving kids out of that category. Then we look at elementary by grade level, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. We can see some decreases in scores across the board in our elementary school. And we saw, interesting, in 5th grade, we didn't see a big decrease in students, an increase in students in that not meeting standard level in the red, but we did in 3rd and 4th grade. And then looking at middle school, it's interesting, if we look year by year, you can see 6th grade, we're seeing some movement up and some decrease in that not meeting standard section, flat really in 7th grade, and a jump in 8th grade. And this is just looking at our student groups. You can see all of our different demographic groups. Definitely this is the same as I mentioned before. Our gaps are large, especially for our students that are who are Hispanic, Latino, economically disadvantaged, have a disability, or are an English learner. This is a 3-year, and this is cohort data, which is looking at similar students each year. Interesting that when we looked at middle school data year over year, we saw some improvement. But then if you start looking at the cohort data, it gives you a different picture. And looking at, say, our 7th graders from who were in 5th grade in 2003, and then how they've done in 6th and 7th grade. And this is the kind of work that is done at our actual schools, where they start looking at the students by name and individual to see what's happening. And I know that one of the questions, Ms. Nguyen looked at some of our 4th grades, and it's very interesting that even though we're considering these cohorts, there's a lot of transiency in these groups where we're not seeing the same kids staying with us year over year. This is middle school for reading, just year for year. You can see year for year as we've made some gains, kind of, but not really moving the kids out of that not met standard. This is new. We ordered the schools by percent of socioeconomically disadvantaged or percent of EL. It wouldn't change if we ordered it either by SED or EL. It's the same. But I think what's key to remember here is you're looking at a school like Castro, which has 87% students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged and 71% of students that are English learners. And we are instructing within the same minutes every day as the students at MI, where they have 13% SED and 14%. And so same constraints, but completely different challenges between all of our schools in the district. And this is looking at it by chronic absenteeism rate. Again, Castro has our highest chronic absenteeism rate, but you can see there's a little bit of change here in the order of how, for chronic absenteeism, we have some schools that have, like Mistral has, lower chronic absenteeism. So that flip-flop the order a little bit when we looked at it by chronic absenteeism. So just in terms of summary, like I mentioned, we have a large proficiency gap. And there's a huge variation in site proficiency rates across our district and across our schools. Our proficiency rates are fairly flat. Our elementary scores have declined, where our middle school scores are slightly increasing. Our 6th grade cohort scores are declining, but we're seeing some cohort scores increase in 5th, 7th, and 8th grade. So now into math. So just looking year over year, 3 years, you see a little bit of middle school movement, moving in that upward trajectory, pretty flat in elementary school. This is elementary, looking at by grade level. Again, fairly flat. We see small percentage changes, with the biggest percentage change with our 3rd grade cohort from last year to this year. And then a 3-year comparison, this is year over year. You can see in our middle schools, we see some movement increases, especially seeing more kids being in that exceeded standard category, in that blue category. But our percentages of our students in the not met at our middle schools are higher. And I think we're thinking about reading where skills spiral and kids practice the same skill, but maybe at increasing text levels. In math, the skills build on each other. And so once kids get into middle school, if they're missing skills, it's harder for us to catch them up. Then looking at student groups, same story. This clearly shows our gaps, especially for our Hispanic, Latino, our SED, our students with disabilities, and our EL students, with the red being the students that are not meeting standard. This is a 3-year cohort, so same students, looking at same students over time. Lots of variability. You can see some positive movement for our 5th graders. Our 6th graders struggled that transition out of 5th to 6th grade. Looking at our current 7th graders moving forward, and some good movement with our 8th grade. And then looking at our middle school, again, Crittenden and Graham scores different, similar percentages of students in that not meeting standard, but more students at Crittenden in that standard nearly met range than at Graham. This again is ordered by percentage of SED and EL students. Same story as reading. Same challenges for Castro, who has a very large number of students to support. And then looking at it by chronic absenteeism rate, very similar to what we saw in reading. So for math, again, significant proficiency gap. Year-to-year rates are flat. Elementary scores are declining. Our 4th grade cohort scores are declining, but we're seeing our middle school cohort scores increasing. This is a snapshot of CAST of all of the 5th grade scores and the 8th grade scores by site. And what is interesting, this is just a pivot that compares, looks at ELA and math scores and CAST scores. And basically, if you are proficient in language arts and math, you are most likely going to be proficient on the science test. So 5th grade and 8th grade are the 2 grades that take the CAST. 57% of students are on or above grade level, which is a slight increase from last year. The proficiency does vary and varies across sites, but again, like 97% of students who are proficient on CAST were also proficient in language arts. So looking at our areas of focus, what are we trying to do and how are we trying to respond to the data? We have to, our current systems aren't fully meeting the needs of our students. We have these gaps and we're not finding the ways to start to close them yet. We have to provide additional instructional access and reduce barriers for our SED students, our students with disabilities, English learners, Hispanic, Latino students, and we have to think about our schools with the high population of these students and how we are doing things differently to support those schools. We're working to strengthen instructional delivery, providing access and removing barriers to core instruction and core content for all students. Working on the MVWSD way for instructional planning and delivery, embedding language and support, short cycle improvement plans based on our data. So looking at what we're teaching, how kids are doing, adjusting and doing it, making adjustments, evidence-based practices, and then a lot of collaboration district-wide. Broadening our students' experiences, I think what we know is that reading comprehension is highly mediated by knowledge of vocabulary and knowledge of a topic. So we can teach kids all the skills they need and they can decode every word and do it well. But if they don't understand that word, they're not going to be able to comprehend what they're reading. And so we have to focus on making sure that we're also building students' background knowledge and giving them experiences that they can then tie to what they're reading and learning about. So thinking about on and off-site learning trips and field trips and programs, art programming, partnering with our after-school programs to build background knowledge, and supporting our parents so that they understand what's going on and the importance of having time for reading and math. Using our MTSS system so we can target instructional interventions, we can intervene early and often. We've added reading and math interventions by the early literacy team over the last few years, and this year our instructional coaches are also providing intervention. And at our middle schools, our instructional coaches are actually teaching periods of intervention, which has been really embraced by the students in those classes. Focusing on our designated ELD, making sure our students are learning English. And then we have school-wide language or small group rotations at almost all of our school sites to further differentiate interventions. In math, we're team teaching at several sites. So when students go into STEAM, that teacher goes and pushes into a classroom. So there's 2 teachers in that classroom during math time. We did add math intervention in middle school. And again, the math committee will begin in December with our goal of adopting a new curriculum, increasing content knowledge and instructional knowledge for our teachers, and for looking at our programming across the district. We continue to work to address chronic absenteeism, especially for our students that are McKinney-Vento or unhoused, and our students with disabilities. Those groups have had higher chronic absenteeism numbers. We've implemented our Character Strong program this year to build this community and make sure students feel a part of our community and a part of their school. We're continuing with literacy professional learning communities and the middle school writing work, where the teacher teams are actually leading this work, and it allows for cross-district and cross-grade level collaboration. And then we have a couple of studies where we're partnering with Stanford and AIM to research and strengthen our early literacy instruction. So some things to consider. So over the last few years, we have done a lot. We have put a lot of programs in place, both inside and outside of the classroom. And this is great. Putting programs in place is amazing, right? It increases your avenues for engagement, but it also can dilute your focus because you're trying to now do all these things where we really are trying now to bring that focus back to what's happening every day in the classroom. And as I mentioned, I think we have to keep in mind that we have a set of instructional minutes that are the same right now. And so schools with higher needs are expected to implement the same programs, teach the same standards, and intervene or remediate and accelerate English language development and address academic effects of poverty in the same amount of instructional time. And it's just not, what we're seeing is it's not working, right? And then you have Mistral, who has to do the same thing, but now they're doing it in 2 languages. So we have to continue to take that full child approach, improve our targeted and tiered interventions, keep working on chronic absenteeism, provide the social emotional support that students need, provide the behavior support students need, support our families, and expand our learning through after school programs. So we're going to continue our work that we began at the beginning of this school year on our areas of focus, interventions, and after school supports. Keep continuing to look at our data to make adjustments to our instruction. School site plan development is in progress. We're wrapping that up right now. We're working, the math committee will convene in December and continue with ongoing professional development and teacher facilitated professional development. We have to continue to look and adjust our elementary master schedules. We really are going to have to think about how we're using our instructional minutes during the day to maximize instructional minutes for students. And then we're also looking at how we're going to update our strategic plan and move forward. So with that, I can take questions.
Okay, thank you. You can begin, Trustee Conley.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Bauer. Something that I was surprised to see not really discussed was the implementation of the Amplify curriculum. And, you know, we've been talking about updating our curriculum to something based on the science of reading for years, and we finally got it in place. Last year was the first year. We've talked about in the past, it can take 3 to 5 years to really see the outcomes of a curriculum, but my understanding is our tier 1 instruction, what's happening in the classroom every day, is our most effective lever point for improving student outcomes. And in my mind right now, and I'd love to just hear more about your take on this, the most effective thing we could be doing right now is supporting teachers still in implementing the Amplify curriculum. It is science-based. It is shown to be very positive over time. So I'd love to hear how we're doing that this year, continuing that support and training around the implementation, and how you see it playing out in the school site plans as well.
So we are continuing our focus on supporting our teachers with Amplify. This year with Amplify, we're focusing on the writing components. So that's what our PLCs are all focused on, is writing. Because we know that if students can write and put their ideas down, that's another way of them learning English and building their comprehension. So it's the writing component of Amplify we're focusing on this year. I think that we're in year 2 of Amplify, and we're starting to see, at least at the lower grades, we're seeing that their skills levels get stronger. But I think where we're trying now, what we're running into is trying to figure out is how do we build the content knowledge and the background knowledge of students, because they need that in conjunction with the skills and the phonics piece that is so, that really was the big shift for us when we went to Amplify. So Amplify is very balanced. It has the knowledge strand and it has the skills strand, but we're going to have to figure out a way to boost the kids' knowledge in order for them to effectively and meaningfully interact with the curriculum in that knowledge strand. So
that's interesting.
That's a challenge that Dr. Nguyen and I have been talking about quite a bit.
Yeah, because my understanding was that Amplify, because of that knowledge strand, kind of built a lot of that content knowledge itself. So to hear that that's a major hole in the curriculum is concerning. I think there's an inherent tension too between talking about cutting other programs and activities like enrichment that are the very places where children build that content knowledge in service of having more dedicated, let's say, a longer literacy block. I think it feels like a contradiction in terms to cut one for the other when you're trying to solve the same problem with both.
Yeah, and I want to clarify, Amplify doesn't have a whole. They have a strong knowledge component. I think where we're working is sometimes kids don't have the background knowledge and the life experience to understand what they're reading, to have the vocabulary in that knowledge strand. So they're not comprehending it as well because they just don't have that background knowledge. So it's not that it's not great. We see the kids really excited about it, but some of our kids that are still learning English just don't have that vocabulary, and they're not accessing it in the same way as a student who's been learning, who's an English only student.
Yeah, so if I could follow up. I was going to comment on that. I mean, I picked it up. I have slide 42 here. I saying it in my own words, right? It's like the kids are reading, but they're not understanding. And that is because they don't have sort of the experiential background to make that comprehension.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense to me, right? And that sort of ties reading into socioeconomics more than, race or anything else. You have suggestions, more field trips would help give that experience. Of course, field trips are not as accessible to the students who need it most in our school district. What else how else can a school district, right? There's so many hours in the day, help kids get that sort of life experience and things like that. I mean, just for example, I imagine little kids are reading about cats in a book, right? They've never seen a cat in their life. What is this thing, right? And yet other people have lots of them, right? So, yeah, how do you overcome that?
Well, I think I don't think we have the complete answer, right? But I think there's lots of things we can do. We can make sure we have real life things in the classroom for kids to see and to interact with, right? A big part of our push at our preschool and our TK level is this experiential and curriculum that we actually go to the grocery store every week,
Yeah.
and there's things in the classroom for the kids, and trying to really start building their vocabulary at that point. But I think having those things, having programs come into the schools where kids are getting experience with lots of different touches on lots of different things is going
Make-
to
And make sure that's then correlated, right, with
and correlate it
actually what they're reading. in
what
the
they're reading
classroom.
about. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Other trustees?
I just had a clarifying question. So when a student has been declared English proficient, they are no longer within those statistics of multilingual learners in their testing.
Correct.
So what we're seeing in that data is the influx of students that are constantly within those 1 through 4 levels. And as soon as they are proficient, they are no longer part of that data. And I think that's an important piece to understand with that particular view of that data is that's a revolving door of students that are always within level 1 and 4. And once they reach English proficiency, they're no longer part of that subgroup and they're mixed in with other students.
That is correct.
Trustee Henry?
This is a fairly basic clarifying question. I just need to ask, when the slide, for example, just as an example, like slide 20 refers to 8th grade, but then slide 22 refers to current 8th grade. Is the 8th grade the current 8th graders or the people who were 8th graders when they took the test in the spring?
When they took the test in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
DeFazio?
Yeah, so we mentioned that, right, like the instructional minutes are fixed. What flexibility do we currently provide to, say, principals for saying, I need to adjust my schedule to focus on this difficult challenge we have here locally. I need more minutes, or I need to adjust the schedules, or how much flexibility do they get to kind of decide that currently?
So they have a lot of flexibility within the start and end time of the day. So they can move around recess, they can move around lunch. There's certain parameters, like we expect there's a 45-minute lunch, there's a certain amount of minutes for recess. But they have flexibility within that start and end time. But where we don't have flexibility without having lots of discussions is to extend beyond that certain number of instructional minutes.
Well, I think I'd add to that is how those minutes fall between the start and end time.
Right.
Right, what the continuity of the minutes is, what a continuous block of time looks like, and how frequently you have that in order to teach language arts or mathematics specifically in the elementary grades. How frequently it's broken up by other programs that we push into it, be it music or art or all number of things, right? Those all impact that the continuity of instruction.
I just maybe just to follow up within there, right? Like, do we currently allow for any sort of like heterogeneity between, like, say, some classes might need more ELA time within the day that we have, or they're like fixed amounts of instructional minutes that they're aiming to target for all students and cannot go beyond or above, right? Like there's a constraint problem, right, where you have only so many minutes in the day, but how do we allocate them, and is that flexible?
So we try to make sure there's 90 minutes for language arts across the board. We try to ensure at least a 50 to 60-minute math period at the minimum. And then you have ELD, which fits in somewhere between 30 minutes a day. And then you have rotation time where you're trying to intervene, right? So, there's all of the things that push in and affect the blocks.
Thank you. Trustee Conley?
Thank you. I mean, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. And Ms. Bauer, I can't see you from you're not like on the camera, so I can't even read your facial expression to know if I'm saying something that makes sense or not. So I apologize. But my understanding is that instructional minutes are actually mandated by the state, and we have to have certain amounts of instructional minutes for content areas because of that. Is that correct?
Actually, what's fascinating is the only content area that is mandated for minutes is PE, and we have to do 200 minutes every 2 weeks.
Then is it within our teacher contract then that the minutes are mandated, or no?
There's no mandate. There's recommendations in the curriculum.
Okay.
There's a minimum number of instructional minutes
Yes.
that
Yes.
exist,
Yeah.
right? And it varies per grade level band.
Yes.
But how we use those minutes, and whether you only teach language arts, you could technically, legally do that, right? You wouldn't, but
Yeah.
But so teachers have
Right.
some discretion in how much time they spend
Mhm.
teaching language arts versus mathematics.
And
Well,
I actually believe the legal number, I think we exceed the legal number of minutes in elementary school, but I'd have to look.
and Amplify also is relatively rigid in its implementation, isn't it? Around amount of time spent on tasks?
I mean, it has its recommendations. Dr. Nguyen did a lot of work with the coaches and with the teachers to prioritize what we were doing in Amplify to make sure that we were dedicating the time to the pieces that we felt were the most important. Any curriculum is going to be bigger and have more in it that you probably can implement completely. So you have to make trade-offs.
And then we keep talking about all of the different things that break up the day, but I'd really love to. I think that makes it sounds very ambiguous and large. And so the things that I can think of off the top of my head, obviously, CSMA music and art class, it's once a week for most students. I believe, but I don't know that it's all year round. Um, and then we've got PE, which we have legal requirements for, and that's going to be, I think, 2 times a week for most students, at least the elementary school level. Um, and then maybe a teacher takes their children to the library every week. Beyond that, what other push-ins or things that are not literacy or math instruction are taking away from those blocks?
Well, you would-
RTI, I consider to be literacy instruction because it's geared towards literacy, for example.
Yeah, so you built in some time for social studies, you build in some time for STEAM, so students are getting hands-on science. We have, teachers have the option of signing up for living classroom. So those are some of the other things that impact the school day.
And living classroom, for example, is closely tied to literacy and science. So some of these things overlap. Something that I've asked, and I don't know if I've asked it in a board meeting, but I've asked it of Superintendent Bear in meetings is, especially at Castro, where you have not just, these different things that take place during the instructional day that can break up some of these blocks, but you also have a shared campus where we're trying to balance the schedules of 2 different schools. So I have 2 questions. Do you think it's feasible to have Castro and Mistral run on a similar schedule instead of having to shift back and forth all the time? Why not do start of the day together? Why not do lunchtime together? Why not do recess together? Things like that. Why not do PE together? And then my second question is, especially for Castro, but Mistral has I think another reason we're seeing a dip in Mistral is that the number of low income students is actually increasing at Mistral. Um, and so they both have high low income student populations with high needs. Um, is it possible to look at maybe moving we can't move PE because it has to be so monitored, but some of the classes or push-ins or activities that don't require certificated staff to Thursday afternoons, to extending that class day on Thursdays for those students at Castro and possibly Mistral so that they have a full day on Thursday. But that afternoon chunk when our certificated staff is doing their professional development, we could have some of these non-certificated programs like CSMA could be in that time, living classroom could be in that time, field trips could be in that time, and build our content knowledge there. Is that something that's feasible?
So the second question, I think, yes, it could be feasible. I think in order to do something like that, I think it's a process where you really need to have a lot of parent and staff engagement. We'd have to look at staff, we'd have to look at contractual things, but I think the biggest piece is you would have to have parents that are invested in having their kids stay after school and have things in a different way. It's not impossible, it can be done. Big process, I think, for that.
And I think you would also need from each of those programs additional personnel, right? Because you're talking about needing all 250 or 300 students in programs at a similar time, as opposed to right now we rotated through the day, perhaps half hour by half hour.
I mean, possibly if it's a 3-hour block and they rotate through, one group is doing, it might not be literally every single class is doing CSMA at the same moment. It could still have some rotation in there, but I understand your point. My impression from parents is they would be thankful to not have to find childcare on a Thursday afternoon, frankly, and that it would be helpful not to have to panic about where their children are going to be in an afternoon. So, maybe that's wrong, but that's the feedback that I've had from parents directly.
And could you remind me of your first question?
I may have already forgotten it. We're gonna have to go back in the tape. I've been up since 2 this morning, so I apologize.
Okay.
Christy Reed?
I'm wondering how many of those students have access to ELOP services
I
at those sites specifically, but also a lot of our students within the categories that have that are performing low on those tests,
Mhm.
I feel like would have access to ELOP. And could we partner with ELOP to provide more targeted services during that time, since it's such an extended time already and they're already staffed for having those students?
So yes, I actually would have to look at the numbers. I don't have the numbers right at my fingertips, but our ELOT program only serves our unduplicated students, right? Our English learners and our SED kids. And this year, one of the things that they're trying to work on is building vocabulary in ELOP that's tied to what units they're doing in Amplify. So it is a process we're working on this year to try to build that connection and utilize that time in the after school program better.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Don't see any. We'll take community comments. Any member of the public in person wishing to speak? See one person, one member of the public in person. Anyone online who wishes to speak, please raise their hand. Okay, I have 3 people online and we'll close the queue there. Mr. Nelson, you may begin.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting for doing community comments from outside, because I know a number of people have said that disrupts it and it doesn't follow the written instructions for comment during open time. I brought up this, there's 100-minute instructional minutes available if this board decides to use its power. Any district doesn't have to do 180 minutes of instruction. But what are 180 days of instruction, but it has to do so many minutes, and different districts can have different minutes. I haven't found the exact part of the ed code, but I'm pretty sure that you can decide through the LCAP process if Castro parents want to use that 100 instructional minutes that could be available on Thursday afternoon. I've talked to Anna Reed about this. I know I have 1 no vote, but if you read a few pages of what they're proposing, they're saying, look, we're stuck with the thing that we have to do all this stuff for these schools that really need it, and we have only so much time to do it. What I'm suggesting is you use the power of the school board to say, if the parents at Castro or Mistral, which was our 2 highest need schools, if those parents are willing to say, yeah, we want that Thursday afternoon to be instruction, go ahead and make it mandatory, but give a waiver to those parents who, for whatever reasons, don't want to have that instruction. If you had a block of 100 minutes every single week, that's days and days of instructions. These 2 sites, if you go look behind, have very many places where they're 2 and 3 years behind in their education proficiency level. You can do it. I asked Jeff to get the lawyers to check it, but I'm pretty sure that you can make it your policy, this board's policy, to do something different. You can't invent time. You can't magically multiply it, but you can cut out something. And yeah, there's an issue of how you're going to use people. You have people that can be moved in those slots. The RTI people, the people doing literacy, they don't necessarily have to get the same break Thursday to meet together as departments because they're not in the regular departments. That can be figured out. So you can do it with the personnel that you have now. In my opinion, you have to decide you want to do something. Lisa and Charles, you said you want equity. Sometimes that means more instructional minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Take the online speakers now. Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comment and thank you for compiling the presentations. One of the things that I think um, the district can do to help with the student is making making it less of a barrier for parents to help to be involved because I think small group supports when there are more parents to be on campus and like helping teachers the teach then the teachers will be able to focus on um, giving the kids who are high need more attentions and just more differentiate support levels. So I mean I've spoken about this before with the mandate portal. Just like there's so much more barriers for parents to be involved in this. So if there's a way for the district to make it easier for parents to be involved, to volunteer, for the community members even, to feel more invited to be on campus to help, I think that would benefit everyone, especially the student. And maybe there should be like a district-wide, volunteer pool and so then people who don't necessarily have to go to that community, but like have the skill set and have the time and have the passion and have the heart to be able to contribute to this. I think that would be great. Also, the 6 and 6 hours in school, the rest of the time, so it's with the family. And if there is some sort of, I know the district has been doing training, parent about the science of reading and things like that. I think if there's more of that, that'd be great. Another thing I want to advocate for is the letters training. I constantly hear about how great it is. You know, all the teachers that have taken it, like, loved it. And so I'm advocating again if the teacher would look into it and provide the teacher that training. It's LETRS. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Liu. Next speaker is Mr. Garanathan.
Yeah, thank you, President Lambert. So my comment is mainly directed towards Superintendent Bear. So good evening, Superintendent Bear. Going back the last 5+ years, we've been hearing the similar story every time we hear about test scores, and that's, things are not getting better. They're not improving. And it's really serious, of course, because we're letting down generations of students. Thousands of students are going to grow up without mastering the skills that they need to be successful in life. And that's really, really, of course, heartbreaking. I know it is for all of us. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to look at a common thread here, and that's the district leadership, which hasn't changed for the last 5+ years. And in the real world, leaders are held accountable for results and for progress and continuous improvement. And when we don't see those things, usually it's time to question whether the leadership is effective. And maybe it's time to look for some fresh ideas and some fresh leadership, because clearly what we're doing isn't working. So I ask you to just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garanathan. And the last speaker will be Ms. Kaushik.
Hi, board. Thank you for taking my comment. I heard Kathy Bauer talk about updating the strategic plan. And I wonder how you will make sure that community input is genuine and not just perfunctory, because I think it would be wonderful to see a deep outreach that goes beyond the families that always raise their hand to volunteer and pitch in and serve on a committee and give their opinions, but to include those who might not typically participate, but have meaningful feedback about their children's needs and experiences. I'm talking about parents. And they may not be able to speak to you in academic terms and may not have ideas, but but are living through the experience of their children not being able to read and function and do math at the level that is required. So it would, this looks like it's a problem that needs a deep focus. And I just hope that the board takes that into account when you're doing your next strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Okay, are there any comments from the board? Trustee Conley?
Thank you. I mean, I think this is the biggest challenge facing us. And we had worked for a while on an equity scorecard. The goal of that equity scorecard was to really look at gaps for different groups within our district, drilling down into this. That seems to have gone by the wayside. But I'm hoping when we do a reassessment under Superintendent Bear's leadership of our programs and practices, I'm hoping that will help elucidate some levers that we can pull. I'm not going into that process with assumptions, and I caution my colleagues to be open-minded about what comes out of that assessment, because I still hear a trend, and when I look at like slide 49, for example, the argument that we have to do more at schools with higher needs, but with the same amount of time, so we should take away some of these enrichment activities. I find that lowers expectations for what students should be achieving, while also depriving them of a well-balanced education. And so I don't think that that's staff's intention by any means. When I read between the lines of a slide like that, I get very concerned that could become an unintended consequence of how we approach this problem. So I just ask that people be, and Superintendent Bear as well, be very open-minded to what we find through assessment of our programs. And I hope that we find some things that are actionable. I had such high hopes for Amplify, and I still think that that's our main lever for literacy instruction at this point. But we know student needs go far beyond that as well.
Steve DeFazio?
Yeah, so I would really, I'm excited to hear that we're looking at, I think overwhelming teachers with lots of different things and lots of programs and kind of like bringing back like, okay, what is working? We'll look through that. I would really like to see maybe in a subsequent meeting kind of a deep dive for us into how we're strengthening the instructional delivery, right? Like kind of the continuous short cycle improvements that we're doing, like what we're looking at that's working, how that is executed across different sites. I think that would be really helpful for us to understand, and like kind of what are our evidence-based things that we're doing, like getting a kind of overview for us, I think would be really, really useful, and kind of drill into, right, like the core bit of how kids are learning in their classrooms and how we're supporting our teachers to improve and get better. So I think that would be really, really, that would be great. So I'll pause there.
Trustee Reed, you look like you're about ready to.
I'm trying to do calculations in my head because I know that, like at Castro, on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, we're looking at over 330 instructional minutes. If you take away lunch and recess, roughly, somewhere around there. But knowing that the minimum amount for instructional minutes per the state is 240, and that's an average of, it's how many days? It's a 10-day rolling average. It has to be 240 instructional minutes. And I know that there are some districts that have shorter, or some elementaries and some middle schools that have shorter days. And just thinking about if there are schools out there that are using fewer instructional minutes and are achieving more, being careful with the concept of adding on to the children's school days and the teacher work days, which then has to go into negotiations with their various unions, and extending school days would have to be a very long process and conversation, not just with the community, but with those various unions. Um, will that get the desired results that we're looking for? And I interpreted the slide about programs and adjustments a little bit different. I didn't necessarily think that the evaluation of programs meant things like the music or the art program and taking away those enrichment opportunities. I thought more of the, sometimes as districts, we have these initiatives of, um, yes, you have this priority of teaching ELA, but you also need to filter it through the context of this specific initiative that we're trying to roll out. And do we need all those extra initiatives, or do we need to peel things back and get back to the basics of, we just want you to explicitly teach language arts in this context with this background knowledge. So my take on that slide was a little bit different. And I also like that it was brought up about the background knowledge and how important that is to English language development for literacy. Something that Jeff and I were discussing in our one-on-one was sometimes when we see these test scores and we're looking at it in context of comprehension and literacy, but we're administering this test to English learners or people who did not, they might be a little bit higher on English language development, but they're still not from this area. When you look at some of the questions on those tests, they're geared towards your understanding of this space in this area. And it brings me back to this one discussion I had with my own student, where it was like, oh, I need you to go and grab the celery, something that seemed so basic for me, and them completely not understanding, even though it wasn't a language issue. They knew of the word celery, but they did not know the context of what that thing actually looks like, or what to grab in all of the things to grab, what that was. So there wasn't that extensive background knowledge there. And I think sometimes when we, as having taken these tests myself as a student and as a multilingual learner, I remember having areas during those testing times where I'm reading it, I know what it's asking me, but I don't know the context at which this question is asking. And so sometimes it's not an academic comprehension or literacy issue, it's a background knowledge context issue of, I just don't have the context culturally to understand what this is asking of me. So going back to that, a lot of our unduplicated students are in the ELOP program, and the ELOP program goes until 6 p.m. And if the students are in ELOP until 6 p.m., it makes sense to have more supports during that time, to have those targeted, and it's a much smaller group, have the targeted time where they're trying to figure out, where is this student lacking some skills, and how can we help them use that time more effectively, so it's not just a babysitting service, that it's actually using that time to help them gain contextual knowledge, to help them be out there having those extra enrichment activities, but also more targeted academic support. Yeah, but the Amplify, I feel, is strong science-wise, but there is still that contextual. You could have really strong academic programs, but if those students are not understanding the context of that curriculum, it's still going to be a miss. Something else as part of our conversation with me as an English learner, but also being an introvert, a huge portion of my growth happened when I was forced to live in an area where I could no longer shy away from using my English language. Even though in the country that I was born, the school that I attended had access to English textbooks, English instruction, me choosing not to practice conversational English and choosing to, when I first moved in an area where there were a lot of people of my culture, and choosing to isolate my conversations and my interactions with those similar cultural, what was safe to me, delayed my ability to communicate outside, but it also delayed my ability to listen to instruction at the speed at which it was coming to me. And the more that I practiced that, the easier it was to get faster at processing and translating in my head. And it wasn't until I moved to an area where, oh, I no longer have access to these people. I have to now go outside. I really have to practice. I really have to learn how to understand better and faster, that those language acquisition skills started to develop more. So I'd like to see more conversations around English language development and strengthening that in the context of helping our students communicate that they have stronger academics. But also, if we think about the neighborhoods in which we stroll around in my own neighborhood, there's little mini libraries everywhere. If you're bored with books that you have, go exchange them in your mini libraries. But I don't know that that's the same in these other neighborhoods. And access to this type of stuff is also huge. If they're not having access to things that they are enjoying, that they are passionate about, that also slows development. But once they start to find things and read things that may start in their home language and then eventually, oh, I find this genre and now I'm interested in reading it in English, that'll also speed development and increase the academic pieces. So those are all little data points that personally I will not, I'm going to go start walking around in neighborhoods that are not mine and taking mental note of how many mini libraries are there and how many experiences do these students have in going to the library and picking out their own books and that type of stuff. And I think it all plays a role in moving us forward.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Henry?
I just wanted to add, first, my appreciation for this presentation and the way that it gives us, you know, the testing data, but also puts it in context and that grounds, honestly, the many of the conversations that we'll be having over the next, 4 to 5 months in particular, things that connect to future agenda items tonight. But that, this information, the iReady information, but just the overall, some of the things that you've brought up that I guess I also appreciate kind of the humility of pointing out that we have a lot of different initiatives that have started and that we'll need to examine to figure out what's actually working, that all of that grounds us as we look at the staffing and the budget and the program and things like that, in looking at what really works. I guess one thing that kind of chimed in my brain as we were thinking about in the slide where you talked about the importance of the context and, providing the experiences and the things like field trips and things like that for children to understand, really understand what they're reading and what they're experiencing and learning. That will be an important factor in our budget conversations. I flag as a former PTA president that a lot of those field trips and assemblies and things are funded by PTAs that have different resources at our different campuses. Often as we look at that spectrum, there's more of those additional campus experiences. So all of that to say that I look forward to diving more into all of these conversations through the other topics and things that we'll be attacking.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Conley?
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I certainly agree with Trustee Reed about really leveraging that ELOC time if we have the kids here that long. I know it's the YMCA, it's an outside provider. At one point, I think during COVID or right after COVID, we did some training with Right at School and YMCA staff members about how to support students' academics a little bit more. And so there was a partnership there. I don't know how much we're still doing that, but I think that's a great leverage point. I have talked with our library in the past about getting free library cards for every single student. They now have an MOU with the Mountain View Los Altos High School District. They figured out how to do it. And so it's basically about sharing. I think they use perhaps the student ID numbers or something like that to coordinate so that students can, I believe, use their student ID for their library card. And so I'd really like to see our district. It's something that's I've brought to different superintendents and interim superintendents, and there's been a lot going on. So it hasn't been a priority, but I think when we talk about background knowledge and context, novels are a wonderful way to get that background knowledge and context stories. And so having a free library card for every student would be wonderful to just have it be automatic. I'm curious when we talk about English language development, you know, dual immersion has quite a bit of research behind it in terms of supporting English language development for multilingual learners. And so I'd love, you know, somewhere along the way to get an update. What we found on data in the past is that our students who started out as multilingual learners and were classified as English language learners at Mistral when they started there, by the end of 8th grade, were outperforming their peers who came from other schools, other elementary schools, that we were seeing that there were positive academic progress being made for English language learners who went through our dual immersion program. That's really, in my mind, the whole reason for doing it. And so I'd like to get an update on how it's going. Maybe that's part of how we're looking at our data and programs coming up. But I would love to expand dual immersion opportunities because I think meeting students in their native language, helping them build skills and then transfer those skills into English. So some of those things Trustee Reed was talking about like having to listen to the instruction within class at such a high speed and taking in all of that information in theory and dual immersion. You begin doing that in your native language and then you transfer those skills to English as you acquire more English in kind of a 50-50 or a 90-10 environment. What I have heard through conversations at Mistral is that Amplify, the time that teachers are being asked to use Amplify in both English and Spanish is a little overwhelming instruction-wise. And there wasn't that same feeling as much before implementing Amplify. So I'd like to dig into what's working best for them and are there pieces of Amplify that are more important or prioritized for both languages or not? I think there's some investigation and work to be done there. And then on field trips, when I was a teacher at Stevenson, we did almost 20 field trips a year with kindergartners, but most of them were free and most of them were walking field trips. There was somebody from the Parks and Recreation Department who would come out and give us a tour of Ringsdorf Park and teach us about all of the trees in the park. We could go, Whole Foods was really gracious. We walked to Whole Foods. I know my son did this at Mistral. We walked to Whole Foods and they give you a tour of the grocery store and you meet all the different departments and you go back into the freezers in the back and I mean, not into the freezers, but around the back to see where all of that is. Going to the library, many of, you know, especially our highest needs students like at Castro can walk to the library. So yes, field trips can be expensive if we're having to get buses, but there's so much that you can do just walking in our community. And there's a lot of teachers who've been doing those for a long time. So there may be, you know, maybe we need to pull knowledge across schools in the district about what might be an opportunity there. Thank you.
DeFazio?
I'll try to keep this brief. I had the question for staff ahead around the math committee with updating our thing. I would not be surprised if Sacramento takes longer and it gets delayed or pushed back. So I would love to make sure that and strongly encourage us with like to disentangle the things that are contingent on a new curriculum versus the core increasing math content and pedagogical knowledge that we've highlighted there, and see if we can separate those two out so that we don't have to wait for curriculum adoption and still, I imagine, help all of our teachers engage that. So that's just one last thing I wanted to mention.
Okay, I don't think we have any further comments. So I want to remind the board, it's already 9 o'clock. We have just done the first action item. We have several action items that we need to get done. We have other very lengthy presentations, okay? I hate to really sort of restrict, our board comments, but we really are going to have to move through these things. Personally, 10 o'clock, I start checking out mentally, okay? I got to work at 6:30. We have to be efficient, okay? I appreciate everybody's cooperation. And along those lines, next speaker, Ms. Green, who will be speaking for the first time ever in front of this board, has a other commitment. And so I'm going to take her item number C next.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Erin Green, and thank you for taking my item. I have an 11-year-old that's sleeping in my office right now, and she is getting angry, so I'm scared she's going to come in here. Anyway, thank you. I will be as brief as possible, but thorough. So again, I'm Erin Green. I'm the director of HR, and today is my third month on the job, exactly. So I've been really pleased to be here. I've learned a ton, and we're doing some really great things with our staff here in Mountain View. Tonight, I'm going to provide an update for you on what's been happening this year and then where we plan to go this spring and next year around staffing. We've had a really strong start this year. I'm not going to read the slides to you, but I wanted to let you know hiring started about approximately in March when the Santa Clara County Job Fair hits. And they've been hiring, and I'm saying they because I didn't jump on until July 15th, but we have been hiring all summer. And even today, we're interviewing this week too. So it's just a lot of the positions are ongoing. Our teachers are 100% filled in our classrooms. Administrators 100% filled. And then the support staff kind of fluctuates, which is why you'll see a graph that says between 96 and 99. That sometimes aides leave for one reason or another. We're trying to hire a couple custodial lead positions. Then we have a new position, the HVAC position, which is also in the maintenance and operations team. We've had a great deal of success. I wanted to point out the picture. That's Nicholas Slink. If you've met him, he's one of our new teachers at Crittenden. Amazing English teacher. I watched him engage our students. He has really formed connections with them and is teaching at a high level. We have hired over 80 people in our district since middle of March last year, and that's about 12 to 13% of our entire staff. So I'm not going to go over all you were viewing the slideshow, correct? So I'm going to skip the numbers, but I wasn't going to go through all of those, but thank you. Granted that we've had a great start to the year, we do have some staffing challenges, and I don't think they'll be new to you. Special education has been a challenge everywhere. It's been one where I came from. It's been one 30 years ago when I first got into education, but it's a challenge to get really fantastic special ed teachers and also speech teachers. The temp positions, and I'm saying temp, anything that comes in and replaces someone during the year for even a month or 2 months or 3 months. I know you've heard from our community around those positions, but those are very difficult to fill. And then I know that we've heard from several people around we have an at-risk supervisor that we're attempting to fill right now too. Contributing factors, I don't think they're a surprise, just the cost of living where we live, which we're hoping the housing program here mitigates that. There's a lot of competition in our nearby districts. not just financially, but just the different programs and support that they offer all fall into that. And then probably one of the biggest challenges is the late resignations. So anytime we are notified after May, that causes a huge wrench into the system. So I wanted to share this with you because one of the strategies that's really effective is, I don't know if you know the whole hiring, kind of just how the whole program runs, but basically we're always hiring. So in a school district, we're always hiring. Right when school starts, we're already starting to talk about looking how full our classes are, and we're already starting to look at how many teachers are we going to need next year, how many of our temps and probes are we going to be keeping. So we're always looking at the next year. Probably all fall, we're looking at our current staff, evaluating them, going in their classrooms, kind of seeing the needs that we're going to have the following year. January and February, we're actually reaching out to new teachers, to people interested. We're really starting our early recruiting efforts. And then we like to do early interviews before the job fair to get all of those people who are really looking for jobs. We want the very best people here. Once the job fair hits, I keep saying the Santa Clara County Job Fair, it's kind of it's very well known around here. And that's kind of the peak of hiring season. Once that hits, almost everybody who is really strong and really excited about moving is picked up at that time. So it's a really great strategy is to pick up the great teachers before then, because it's very competitive. I wasn't with you guys at the job fair last year, but I saw a lot of you there before I knew you, and Mountain View had a great showing, Mountain View Wisman. But once we get back from that job fair, it's kind of like filling in the pieces. We really don't have a huge hiring. I wouldn't say a huge hiring initiative. We're just kind of filling in the little pieces. However, when we get notified after May, that changes everything, because the people who are free in May aren't often the ones who are looking and really excited about teaching in March. So I wanted to show you this because I wanted to make a point that we have at least 10 people every May that tell us they're leaving. And it'd be really great if we could plan for that this next coming year and say, hey, we know in May we're going to get 10 people leaving that we're not planning for. So can we overhire earlier to get the very best people on board? Just wanted to share that. Substitutes and contingency plans, that's a challenge. When you work with people, they're carrying on their lives, they're doing things for their family, they're taking care of their elders. So things happen. And of course, we want the very best people in those positions as well. We've been interviewing substitutes here. These numbers aren't all correct. It says that we've hired 8 subs. We actually hired 4 more on Monday. So we're really trying to hire substitute teachers with credentials. I wasn't here last year, but I do know that you've heard from the community that they have an interest in having longer than 30-day substitutes. And I agree with that, and we're really working hard on that. So we're trying to hire substitutes that have a credential so they can stay in the classroom for the duration of the leaves, much more consistent for the kids, much better educationally for the kids. And then we're also working on, there's something called a TPSL, and it's called a temporary a teaching permit for statutory leave. And if we go through the county, we've gotten 2 of those so far. I know you were included on an email from one group from Stevenson, I believe, but we've gotten 2 of those so far. And what that does is it takes a 30-day substitute and it puts them in a program so they can do some learning with us, and they are allowed to stay in a classroom for the duration of the year. So we're working on things like that to be more proactive. We also met with Swing, which is a company that was formed about 2014-15. And I think we're going to be enlisting with Swing. They recruit their own substitutes with credentials, and they will fill in those last minute leaves that we have when we're having to split up kids in classes. I'm sure you've heard about that. So we're really trying to be proactive and make sure that our substitutes are high quality. So now that we're staffed and we're moving forward this year, we're already starting to talk about next year. So just kind of where we're going next year is, we know that one of the most important things we do, if not the most important thing, is hiring the very best people we can for our kids. We all just saw the testing presentation, and we know it's not all about test scores, but our job is to have the very best people in front of our kids, and we owe it to them. We're going to expand our recruitment efforts and then look into teacher pipeline program through the county next year. We have some experiences with the residency program at Santa Clara County that takes some of our classified employees wanting to get credentials. It pays them to do that. It puts them in a partnership classroom with some of our best classroom teachers. And then at the end of the year, they have a credential. So we're going to look into doing that for the following year. It's great to grow our own and to have them go door to door in Mountain View, Westman, and learn the Mountain View program and be ready to jump the next year. We're going to strengthen our employee referral program. I just learned that we had one. We didn't have one of those in Los Altos, and that's a really great way because our teachers are connected with so many people through social media, through learning, that if we can strengthen that and get them to get some of their great colleagues, that will strengthen our program. We're going to consider early resignation incentives, and that doesn't mean we're going to encourage people to resign, but just to notify us a little bit earlier because that really helps our planning. And then one of the things that is really valuable for our staff collectively is just having great relationships and knowing every teacher here. And so we've been spending a lot of time on the campuses, meeting the teachers, being in the classrooms, finding out who they are as people, how we can help them grow, what they're trying to do. But I think building that culture of connection and like not just a number, but this is our team, it gets them to be more committed here. And it makes them more motivated to be even more committed to our team. So I think that's one of our big goals. And then finally, exit interviews to find out where we're coming up short and then strengthen our retention. So that's it in a nutshell. We're moving forward together. There's some really great things going on in Mountain View, Westman. I've learned a ton in my first 90 days on the job. I think staffing's strong overall. We have a lot of really great people, few key vacancies. We're being very proactive around our challenges. So that I found has been something that we're going to have to do this year. And then our team is really committed to supporting every person. Our philosophy is we really want to make sure that we're making everybody we come into contact with, we want to make their day a little bit better. So just making sure that we know who you are, we know people, we know who they are and how we can help them grow and take that next step and work better with our students. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Was that quick?
Pretty good. But as you see, we're still going to be over, right?
Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the board? See no questions? Any member of the public wish to speak? I have one card from an in-person speaker. Anyone online wish to speak? Seeing no one online, Mr. Nelson, you may speak.
Yes, I'll keep this short. Yeah, I noticed that one slide where you had what the number that are leaving after May. One of the things I noticed, and I don't know whether we'll see this continue, is one way showing that the integrity of the district has gone up, is less people are resigning at the last minute. So I hope our new superintendent's short time here has helped with that situation. We'll see. But the other thing is, she talked about something that I had always wondered. How come we don't hire for the number of people that we know pretty much for sure are not going to be coming? They'll be, you can't tell whether they're middle school or elementary, and you can't hire in those. That's a big mistake, particularly for Secretary of Education. You have to hire in exactly what their credential is in the opening. But for elementary teachers, there's, if you have a pool of people who have been hired that are available when 5 elementary teachers, show in late, it's a great idea. I think it's one thing that is, the money has to be spent anyway, and it will make parents much happier to have a real credentialed teacher that was hired on purpose in their classroom rather than somebody that they thought was gone at the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Have any comments from the board? Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I really appreciate the focus on both, I think, here and in other presentations on making sure that we're hiring the best folks for all of our kids. And then when they're here, making sure we support them and help them kind of, work with our kids and like get the best results. So I just really appreciate that dual focus that we've kind of had here. So thank you.
Trustee Conley?
I'll just briefly say, welcome. Thank you for the presentation. It was excellent. And we appreciate all of the information that you provided and the strategies you're working on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me go first too. I really appreciate it.
Any further comments? I don't think there are any. Okay, thank you very much. Get home. Okay, we'll take item B next. 9B, that Ms. Dagger. This is
Good evening,
enrollment and
trustees.
attendance.
It is a pleasure to be here this evening. I also am completing 3 months on the job that I am here in this new role, and I'm excited today to present to you enrollment and attendance update. All of our work is aligned to our strategic plan, goal area 1, and today we'll be providing an update on the enrollment for our school district as well as attendance and chronic absenteeism. We'll talk a little bit about our current work and how we're supporting attendance and chronic absenteeism as well. I do want to start by introducing our team. We're a small but mighty team, just 3 of us. I have Mrs. Nubia Vina, who's joining me today. She's our manager of student services. And I have Mrs. Evelyn Lopez, who is our coordinator as well on the team. A little background on enrollment. It doesn't only happen in the summer. Enrollment happens all year long, and I see nods with all of you. Kids come all year long, but we do see particular increases, especially around the holidays in December and in April as well during the springtime. Particularly that happens, something happens, it happens right when we are finishing our CAT testing. When we have 2 weeks left, it happens at that time. We also know students don't come in groups of 24 or 30, and they come in different sizes, right? And class sizes vary across the district. Something interesting that we have seen is TK eligibility age has been changing, and quite a few of our young learners in transitional kindergarten turned 4 years on September or by September 2nd this year. They are amazing in the way they're learning and adapting to in our schools and our classrooms. We do know enrollment drives staffing and student support. So we saw how staffing is being planned in our school district. A quick enrollment update. What we see here is an enrollment trend over the years. I do want to point out this is not a graph that starts on the X and Y axis with 0. So it's relative. We, in 2020, the COVID year, were at about 4,748 students. We see a little drop when a lot of our families moved out of the state or out of the area. But we're seeing a slight uptake and increase in enrollment. And as of 2 weeks ago, we were at 4,640 students. So we're seeing an increase in enrollment. Here we see the total enrollment by site. We see this graph is very visual. It really tells us where some drops are, where some increases are. We do see some declines at Bub. We see increases at Crittenden and some declines at Graham. I do want to point out that in 2023 school year, we expanded our TK program to a few other sites such as Castro, Imai, Mistral, and Montaloma. So that does impact the enrollment at those sites. And this school year, we have TK expanded to Vargas and Lando as well. Here we look at enrollment by ethnicity, which is pretty even across, a slight increase for Asian subgroup and Hispanic subgroup, and then a slight drop for our white subgroup. This is a very interesting data point that I really wanted to draw our attention to. When we look at our socioeconomically disadvantaged student enrollment, some of the sites have a higher increase. And we see those increases at Castro, we see those increases at Montaloma, Stevenson, Thurkoff, Crittenden. While our team was working with this data, we were very intrigued. Why do we have these increases? So we reached out to the site principals, but then we also reached out to the people that interact with the families directly. That is our SCAFs. We asked them, what is going on? What's happening that you see? Do you see an increase? Miss Nubia and myself, we joined the SCAF meeting, and overwhelmingly they said, yes, we do see an increase in families enrolling in the free and reduced lunch program. They have done more of an outreach to families at these sites. Some of the SCAFs even came earlier before the start of the school, so there was more outreach. Another reason that they pointed out was that parents are enrolling in the free and reduced lunch program and are availing the ELAP program, the after school program. It is, parents feel safe leaving their students at our schools while they may work 2 or 3 jobs. It is a positive for our schools, and it is such a great feeling that we're able to offer this program to our students. So just wanted to point that out with this slide. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Nubia to talk a little bit about choice schools.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. So we're going to look at the choice schools and the breakdown of where those students are coming from at Straw and at Stevenson. We're going to look at the comparison from pre-COVID and the current year and where the families are coming from. For Ms. Straw, for instance, we do see, and there's no surprise that most of the kids are coming from Castro. One of the key factors that we saw was that there was a transitional kindergarten classroom that was added in the 23-24 school year, putting that increase at about 16.5. Okay, most of the students that are coming from Castro, there is a priority for the families that live within that neighborhood to attend the schools, the TK programs, either at Castro or at Mistral. Just to look at our numbers from last year, 12 of the Castro students that attend in TK, 9 of those students requested and returned for the current school year kindergarten program. Increase of enrollment at Castro, we are looking at how is that going to impact academics at Castro and looking at the demographics and where the children are coming from. Now for Stevenson, it was pretty steady, so that there's no surprise that the largest is from Therekoff, but looking at all of our neighborhood schools, there's a slight increase throughout the district, and Therekoff has been pretty steady at like 31, 32% throughout the last few years. Now, switching over to our withdrawal reasons, we were looking at different years for withdrawal reasons and when families are leaving our district. The highest has always been moving from our district to other districts within California. But we did see a rise this year, particularly for private schools and where those students were coming from. But when we broke down and looked at the information by grade level, we did see that a lot of the families that enrolled for the TK program either pre-registered and did not show at the beginning of the school year. We also saw some withdrawals from 5th grade to 6th grade. Some of those families are choosing to attend either a private school, like the girls' private school in Palo Alto. So they are transferring, but we do see that some of those families return after 1 or 2 years.
One thing that I'd like to point out at this slide is that when we did a percentage of withdrawals as compared to a total enrollment, we did see a lot of variance in the percentage. So even though the numbers stand out a lot, we did see a big difference. Moving on to average class size. Again, when we look at these numbers, there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but we see some smaller class sizes across different grade levels at some schools. We see lower grades at BUB that have a smaller class size. So at BUB in kindergarten, we see 17.50 as the average class size. We see 4th grade at EI and Landos with a smaller class size. You may remember at one of my previous slides, I had talked about the total enrollment at that going down. We've been digging deeper into what could be the reason for it. So we had a discussion with a few people around and, talked about the Bub neighborhood. Why has there been a change? Has there been a change in the Bub neighborhood that we're seeing some lower enrollment? Well, one of the reasons we saw a little decline in enrollment could have been due to when the boundaries for the schools were changed. Another reason that possibly could be that the students that are in the Bub neighborhood are growing older and are not elementary age students anymore. So that could be one of the reasons as well. Castro historically has had 2 teachers per grade level, and we're seeing the same enrollment pretty similar over the years. Therefore, we see in kindergarten, we see a lower average class size. We anticipated a higher enrollment at kindergarten for third class, and we had 3 teachers, but we only have 48 students in there, so we do see a lower class size. So we have to, like I mentioned earlier, consider and plan for having higher enrollment, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Looking at our current work, we are continuing to plan for enrollment outreach. We are excited about our January outreach that we do all the way from preschool to elementary and middle schools. We do a district-led transitional kindergarten information night. We have in-person registration and help sessions. We do middle school visitation day for our rising 6th graders. That is an amazing day. They are so excited walking through middle school campuses. And then we also use social media platforms. One thing that we're working together in our small and mighty team is the building of a culture of yes, we can. When a parent calls, yes, we can help you. And if we can help you in our department, we'll find someone who can help you in their department. So we're working with that as a culture for our school district and our department as well. I'm going to move over to chronic absenteeism, and I'll have to skip a few slides or run through them really quickly. So please bear with me because I want everyone to get out of here on time. I have used different kinds of data points for the presentation as well as when we review data. So there's local data that we use for our school, our student information system, as well as the dashboard or data quest or CalMets. We use local data points because we want to have snapshot in time data points. This is local district level data. So this is daily attendance, kids in seats. That pink line you see is 97%. That's our goal across the school district. You'll see in the site plans as well. Goal 5, all schools have a goal of 97% attendance rate. I'm excited with the yellow bar. Couple of our schools are already this year over that 97%, but a lot of the other schools are also inching forward. We're seeing increases in our attendance rate, and I'm super excited about that. There's a lot of work that goes into it, even increasing it by 0.1%. So kudos to everyone that's making this happen. As we keep moving on, I want to talk a little bit about chronic absenteeism. Quickly, chronic absenteeism is students that are 10% or more absent. Some things that we don't consider, it includes excused and unexcused absences and out of school suspensions. But if student is on independent studies and they don't turn in the independent study packet, it does count towards chronic absenteeism as well. So we have a lot of things to consider. This is chronic absenteeism rate by school. Another thing to be extremely proud and excited about, all the way over the last 3 years and even this year, we see declines in chronic absenteeism. For this year, some schools it's an increase, and we dug deeper into the reasons. Why is there a little uptick? It's beginning of the school year. Why is there an increase in chronic absenteeism? What we see is beginning of the school year, majority of the unexcused absences were because of travel. And it was vacation time extended coming in from summer, especially in the lower grades. My child is just in kindergarten, transition kindergarten. It's okay. We can extend the vacation or extending weekends and taking time away. Most of the excused absences were sick or illnesses. When kids come back to school, a lot of them fall sick a lot more. Germs kick in. So we did see those reasons. Looking at chronic absenteeism by subgroups, we saw dramatic declines for double digits across most of our subgroups, and we're very excited about that work. Super excited that we saw dramatic decreases even for McPhee and our students with disabilities, as well as Hispanic, Latino, and socioeconomic disadvantage. It's a lot of hard work, this slide, that I cannot even talk about because we have done incredible amount of work at multiple levels. There is no 24-25 data yet because the dashboard is still not public. California Department of Ed gives us multiple reasons. I'm not going to go through these because I'm going to jump straight to what are our district's reasons for absenteeism. The most and the biggest reason we see for absenteeism, the most common reason is sick and illnesses. A lot of our kids are out because they're sick or illness. Many of our students with disabilities are out because of chronic illnesses. So they have chronic illness, they are out on extended days. Another reason that we're seeing for absenteeism is travel. During school travel, like I mentioned, it's cheaper to travel during the school year, so a lot of our families are taking time off. I don't know if you've probably seen our school newsletters. Many of our principals are saying, do not travel during the school year. You know, it impacts education and learning for our students. Another reason is medical and dental appointments, as well as family events and emergencies. We have a few instances, not a lot, very few instances of school refusals happening at our middle schools, but our counselors, our site administrators are working really hard with the parents as well. I personally just made a home visit with the principal at one of our middle schools, and the kiddo has been at school every single day. So we're making those personal connections at multiple levels to make sure kids are at school. What work has been done so far is a lot of work. We have updated our daily attendance protocols, and now in Barber School, we've had the reasons with drop downs. That really helps us drill down into the reason. So when we get questions, what is the reason for absences? We know what is the reason for absences. This year, we revised our truancy and SART protocols to align with the MTSS tiered approach. So level tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And we've given time for interventions. When you try an intervention, give 6 to 8 weeks for the intervention to work. You just can't expect it to work magically within a week. Our team has, we've trained secretaries, principals, staffs, and addresses as well. We review attendance data every month. We work with principals, and Ms. Bauer's team is working with developing site plans. Goal 5 is one of the things they're working on. I actually looked at the site plan for action steps, and they're great. We're seeing those. We just finished September Attendance Awareness Month, and we had quite a few incentives that sites had. They did assemblies, and there were celebrations that we did. Super proud of all the work. With some of our next steps, September is not the only time we need to be aware about attendance. So we're going to continue building awareness of being at school and being present in the classrooms. Our school attendance review teams are being formed at sites and are meeting regularly to find out the reason for absences and help to support families in removing those barriers. We will continue to support our families across sites and at our level as well. And with that, I am going to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Do I have any questions from the board? Trustee Reed?
I just have one quick question. What outreach do we do for the parent community for parents to understand the process to request independent study for those things such as vacations or things like if they're taking their family for an educational trip that falls within the school year, how they can file so that it doesn't affect the chronic absenteeism rates?
I appreciate that question. I just spoke to a principal about this on how do we make sure our parents understand that. So we just talked about using principal coffees, using our school newsletters. And when you talk to parents one-on-one at schools, I think that's such a great way, as well as PTA meetings, school site councils, and ELACs. So we just talked about having those platforms on explaining parents what the process is. And one of our principals actually wrote in her newsletter, I saw this yesterday, reach out to me directly so I can walk you through what the process is for independent study. So thank you for that question too.
Great, thank you. I love that there's so many different options for that.
Any other questions?
Right.
Do I have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Anyone in person? Right now, I see 3 people online. Okay, I'll close the online queue. First person, Ms. Pascal.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joy. I have 2 third graders at Therakoff Elementary, and I serve on the PTA as a co-president. And just this year, in my children's 3rd grade, we've lost 4 families to Stevenson. And I knew it was a lot of students go from Therakoff to Stevenson, but I was very surprised that it's over 30%. And I was wondering, is there a cap? Is there a limit to the number of students taken from any one school that could go to the choice schools? Because having so many of our neighborhood families move to Stevenson has been very detrimental to Therakoff. The families that haven't been able to move is because their families work many hours. They can't make the commitment that Stevenson requires. And so the families we're losing are the ones that were members of the community who are strong participants in events and in the PTA and funding. And whenever we lose these families to Stevenson, it disrupts our students, it disrupts the funding that we get for the field trips we talked about earlier. And it's been very difficult to try to engage parents in taking a bigger role in PTA or community activities when they're just kind of waiting to get into Stevenson or maybe a different choice school. So I was just wondering, would there ever be a consideration to cap the number of students that could be pulled from Therakoff? Because I feel that the communities suffer when they're just waiting to go to a better or quote unquote better school that has more participating parents.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pasquale. So we really can't, I think there's a complex answers to those questions, and you deserve an answer. I would encourage you or ask you to contact Ms. Stagger or Superintendent Bear, and they'll be willing to have a very long discussion about that topic. Next speaker is Zoom user.
Hello, this is David. Longtime listener, first time caller. I'm a parent at Bub. I wanted to share a concrete success story around student attendance. And I know you see a lot of data and a lot of chart, and sometimes real victories can get lost in the charts and in the graphs. So wanted to share with you what happened at Bub. Hopefully you noticed there's been a tremendous improvement at Bub. 2 years ago, I was shocked by our attendance data when you compare Bub to MI. We were pretty far behind. They're roughly comparable schools. After seeing those numbers, Principal Jung and I sat down and we agreed on a joint mission. Let's just obsess over getting these kids in seats. And it wasn't about just putting up a new poster. It was about really doing hard work on the ground. And I'd like to say that Principal Jung took the lead. She had just joined, and she really worked the ground with her team, did home visits, extreme follow-up, and most importantly, set firm expectations for the entire community. And then from the parent side, I tried to help in. I organized a barbecue for the English language learners. The data showed that was a clear soft spot for the community. And I sponsored an attendance contest out of my own pocket just to see what would happen. Could we get kids to come to school? And the results are in your data. The attendance rate is amazing. If you need advice, you should go to Principal Jung. And we did this even though the SAD population increased during the same time. So there were some headwinds that she faced, but you can see the proof is in the pudding. The data is there. And so probably my one takeaway from this for you, given all the discussions you've had, and I've only listened to the last hour, is to just focus on one thing and do that thing well. I think we tend to get lost in a lot of different things and ideas. Focus on one thing, do it well, and then move on to the next in some sort of step order fashion. So thank you, and I hope we can keep moving the numbers forward.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Next is Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. As I was looking at the data, the four categories, the category 160, say another California school. I was wondering if that is the same as due to moving outside of the district boundary or switching to another public school outside of Mount View Richmond. So like that category, I was hoping that would split into like, is it because the family moved or is it because they're moving to a different school? And then regarding the recruiting new families, I remember when my son started kinder in 2018. So this was 2017, in the fall of 2017, when I was, checking out the school. There were like tours on campus for both the neighborhoods, like for the neighborhood school. And I'm hoping that the district is looking into opening up those, on-campus tour again to help with the increase enrollment, because I mean private school is doing that because it's just so much more powerful for the family to be able to see how students are on campus with their own eyes and see how the interaction, and and if it is, and it just tells a much better story. It's how people determine, like you have all these good things to share, but for them to see it themselves, it's just so much more powerful and more convincing. So I do hope the district will be able to provide the in-person tour again in groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think to the earlier statement, right? Like how the choice schools are structured and what choices we make around them, that is a board policy decision, right? Like that is how we structure what, you know, this person mentioned a cap, but I don't think that's necessarily the thing, but like we're empowered to choose how we structure these things. So just clarifying that. And then I am troubled by kind of the persistent, right? I would expect and anticipate like, and hope that our choice schools reflect the diversity of our community, right? And that I know we've tried in many ways to reach that goal. I think it's stubborn for various reasons. I'd love to get a follow-up meeting on what we think the challenges are around that and how we've chosen to build these programs, because I think that is a program design thing that we've, as a board, as a body, chosen. And so, I can imagine the frustration for families that are working together in a community, and then at grade 3, suddenly a bunch of families move out and are no longer there to help them, right? So I would like to just get a better understanding of this, and I think it's something that's, I've heard from various community members frustration and concern about what happens to some of the schools, especially like, for example, I think Thurikaf is one of the more heavily affected, but I think there's a handful of individual neighborhood schools that are affected by the choice program, and how we can kind of mitigate that or manage it, I think is a useful thing for us to discuss.
I would support that, at some future date, having a study session or appropriate meeting to discuss our choice programs. Trustee Conley.
Yes, I mean, that was an update on the Stevenson lottery, was one of the requests for an agenda item that I made at our last meeting when we discussed the governance calendar. Because the lottery and any other, I mean, that's really where our decision making in how the schools are structured comes from, and how we shape the priorities and what happens in that lottery. So I think that needs to come back for discussion. I don't know that it's a study session. I think it's an agenda item. But for Mistral was placed at Castro specifically because most of our Spanish speaking community in Mountain View lives within that school, like a walking distance of that school. And so it's a deliberate choice. If we transferred all of that 30% of students over to Castro right now, we might actually have trouble having space for them at Castro. So I think what's going on at Mistral and Stevenson are very different. And I will still throw out there that I think we should have a Mandarin immersion school at Mauna Loma, because we have a growing Asian American population. And I think that's something that that cultural linguistic heritage, I think some families would be really interested in and powerful for our community. On that note, I'm thrilled with or on another note, I'm thrilled with the chronic absenteeism improvement.
So I would like to just follow up with a comment. What I would like to see in a choice program consideration is really far beyond just the lottery program. I won't comment on right now, but I really think looking at the whole, how the choice programs fit into a public school system in general at a very deep level.
Yeah, I think,
Trustee DeFazio.
I think to piggyback on that, right, I think it unduly constrains us as a board if we consider our only lever to be through the lottery and how we adjust this program, right? And I think that's not the limits of what we can do.
It's just a framework for doing it. So sibling preference was a huge issue when we were looking at increasing the economic integration of Stevenson, for example. Or, I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do within that system around, you can create new tiers, new requirements. There's so much that you can do. But I do want to say one more thing, which is that our choice programs are our vaccine, if you will, as a school district against having a charter school. So if we don't have programs that provide outlets for families that are looking for different types of options, we are going to face a charter school again. And we've seen what's happened in Los Altos. Palo Alto also has a charter school. So I do think to a certain extent, it's an inoculation as well.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I think I could go on all evening about this, but in the interest of time, I will stop. Any further comments on this subject right now? I don't see any. We are going to have to extend the board meeting. We have, I think, 3 action items that need to be taken care of. We also have a presentation from Dr. Westover about program costs that is timely, and we need to take care of that. I do have permission to delay the final item, number H, vendor list, to the next board meeting, so we can save some time there. At any rate, we will need to have a motion to extend the time past 10 o'clock. Do I have a motion? Okay, against my better instincts, I will move to extend the meeting till 11 p.m. I apologize, Trustee Reed.
I'll second it.
Have a motion by Trustee Lambert, a second by Trustee Henry to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock. We'll need a roll call vote here. Trustee Conley?
Aye.
Trustee Reed,
Nay.
trustee Henry,
Aye.
trustee DeFazio,
Aye.
and trustee Lambert. Aye. The motion passed 4-1 with trustee Reed saying no. Dr. Westover, you may start with item D. This is a discussion item, program costs.
All right, I will try to move quickly to get you out of here a little bit sooner than 11 p.m. So the presentation tonight is a follow-up to several presentations that we've had on income. And now we're going over to the spending portion of things. I'll move past our first couple of slides because these are the basic ones that we review each time. I wanted to touch again on what a multi-year projection is. And last time we went over several different scenarios. So a multi-year projection is based on budget adoption assumptions, and the needs of the district are continually in flux. So between budget adoption and first interim, we've seen up to $1 million change from one department. So we don't expect our projections or what we do at budget adoption to stay static because we're responding to the needs of students in the classroom. So it is expected, and we should be seeing that the budget is changing. So when we come in front of you shortly in late November, actually this is November already, no, almost. We will give you an update on kind of how things have changed since budget adoption. We need to make sure that we don't use an MYP as a measuring stick. It's to be used as a guide. It gives us a general trajectory on the directions that we're going. We also did several scenarios for the board to look at. If we adjusted AV, if we adjusted getting lease revenue from the Google property. This is looking at having the Google lease and 2% AV. So this is probably the most likely scenario. As we can see that this year, for the 25-26 year, we are deficit spending by about $7.3 million. And then the 26-27 year, it jumps to $9.7 million. And the rate at which our reserves are declining are quite steep. We then took that information and we extrapolated it out to 6 years. So when we get to the 6-year mark, we're using assumptions and putting assumptions on top of those assumptions. So it gives us a general trajectory, but it's not like a bullseye of where we're going to land. For general information, 1% of AV is about $800K. And in the 27-28 year, a 1% raise is $1 million. So for context, in year 3, we have after year 3 and beyond, there are no scheduled raises in this MYP. This is looking at what our reserve level looks like if we extrapolate it out 6 years. So clearly in year 6, this is not possible because we can't go into a negative. So when we're looking at the overall trajectory of where we're headed, we know that we need to make some changes. This year, for the 25-26 year, the board has already committed to, we're going to deficit spend and use the reserves that we have, because this is what our reserves are for. That when there's a change in AV growth, it gives us the opportunity to respond and react instead of ending up in a fiscal crisis where some other districts are in, where they're needing to close schools and react very quickly and mid-year. We are not in that position because of our strong financial position right now. So this is when we get the opportunity to act. So looking at the cost side of things, over 80% of our budget is invested in people. Reducing expenses like paper or copy costs, while helpful, will not meaningfully solve our larger budget challenge. We've seen this chart a couple of times, but just as a reminder, the blue, orange, and green, these are all of our personnel costs, classified and certified. The purple chunk is our contracted services. Of our contracted services, 85% of those services are direct instruction in the classroom, either instructional assistance, rhythm and moves for our PE contract. So these are all things that are directly impacting students. And then the blue bar here is what books and supplies. This is looking at our breakdown of people. Where is that over 80% going? The majority, this is classified by function, is going to general education direct in the classroom. The next one is special education,
Then school administration, so principals, vice principals, and secretaries. Custodial and maintenance, instructional support. These are our TOSAs on special, teachers on special assignment. And then we have the other areas. So earlier I mentioned that copies and supplies wouldn't necessarily, I think most of us go here when we think about to make cuts. If we were to eliminate 50% of all of our supplies, so cleaning, paper, pencils, et cetera, we would save approximately $500,000. This would have an outsized impact on the functioning of programs. It would not significantly impact our deficit spend. I've been in districts where we would be rationed paper. So we would have a couple of reams of paper, and that was our paper for the month. That does not help teachers in the classroom. And our goal is to make sure that learning continues. We know this is here, but the goal is to make sure that students are learning in the classroom, and whatever we have to do, we try to keep it away from the classroom as far as possible. So the following examples are intended to provide context for what programs cost. We all have typical size bank accounts. We don't think in millions of dollars. So this is to provide context for what do these programs cost. It's not a comprehensive list of all programs or items that could be reduced. It also does not include the various costs to support the programs or one-time costs of making changes. And we anticipate that after we go through this, the board is going to have more questions, and we'll come back with more information based on questions you have after tonight. So our current budget reflects our values: neighborhood schools first. Our budget prioritizes keeping every neighborhood school open, even when enrollment is small, to preserve community access. Small class size, we maintained small classes and avoid combination classes, which increases staffing needs. And local school placement. Students are placed only at their designated neighborhood school, and this drives staffing levels even when enrollment is uneven. We've also prioritized counseling services, social emotional learning, all things that the community was asking for after the pandemic. We wanted to provide additional context on the fixed cost of operating a school. When we looked at the enrollment presentation, we saw that some of our schools are very small. And this is what it costs to operate a school. Just you need a principal, you need a secretary, SCEF, clerk. And when you look at the average costs, these are the average cost of, for example, every single principal in our district, their salary and benefits. This is not what they get to take home. This also includes everything that we have to pay into for retirement. This includes custodians, speech teacher, PG&E costs, maintenance, anything that really is the fixed cost of operating that school comes to about $2.3 million. When we think of the base cost of a school, we think about the cost it keeps to keep it open, but then also what's the trade-off? We could get rental income from a school that would be approximately $1.9 million, which means if we are not talking about closing schools, I also need to be very, very clear on that. This is for context only. If we were to close a school, the district could realize about $4.2 million because we're at the savings from not having the personnel and the rental income. This is looking at average class size. So this is what Ms. Dagger just presented on, that we have pretty small class sizes across the district. We are below where we would typically fill to. This is teachers on special assignment, or TOSAs. So for STEAM, RTI, we have 14 FTE at about 2.3 million. Early literacy TOSAs, site coaches, new teacher support, newcomer teachers, SPED, ELD, and tech TOSAs for approximately $7.4 million. Then we have other programs and positions: counseling program, site behavior techs, BCBAs, preschool, state and fee-based, special ed preschool, TK, SCEF and McKinney-Vento liaisons, and at risk. Looking at other programs, we have ELOP at $3.1 million. The state funds ELOP, and for the past few years, it's been cost neutral, but in the out years, we anticipate that it will be a contribution from the district because the amount that the state is funding ELOP this year was about $1,500 per student, and next year it's dropping to about $1,300. we were utilizing carryover from the previous years in order to keep ELOP cost neutral. So this is something that is still in the works that we're looking at how much it will cost us in the out years if we choose to continue the program.
I want to point out with the ELOP estimates of district contribution that would be needed in future years, these are very soft, just because it's unclear about the state funding. So we're working on getting that information as accurately as possible. These numbers are probably a bit low, right? The contribution will probably need to be more than that each year, probably growing from year to year.
Child nutrition is also in a similar boat to ELOP. So this year, child nutrition is cost neutral, but in the out years, we're anticipating a contribution. Why is this? We've touched on it previously, but right now, the only reason child nutrition is cost neutral is because of grants that we've received from the state and the federal government. We do not anticipate any additional grants from the federal government, and we are unclear on what to expect from the state in the years out. But we are also not the only district in this position. District office positions are connected to student programs and services. So everything we just talked about, district office positions go right along with them. Initial reductions in administrative positions were made last year, and we anticipate that reductions will continue as programs are adjusted based on board direction. We wanted to talk a little bit more about special education because this is one of our drivers right now. Special education is funded through a combination of funding sources. One is from state funding through the SILPA, and the other one is through federal funding through IDEA. Neither the SILPA funding or federal funding cover our costs for special education. And when the general fund needs to support special education, we call this encroachment. So the district must use unrestricted general funds to cover the gap. And each year, this is continuing to grow. Some of the major cost drivers is the rising need for specialized staff, so speech therapists, behaviorists, aides, BCBAs, out-of-district placements and transportation, and increasing identification rates and more complex student needs. Currently, special ed costs approximately $21.7 million, and we contribute about $19 million to the program. We've experienced an increase in the number of students qualifying under the autism designation who have higher needs. Currently, 26% of our special ed population has been identified with autism as being the primary qualification, and this is an increase of 5% from 2024. 36% of students moving in were placed in moderate programs. 26% of students moving in were placed in extensive support needs classes, and 50% of students from special education preschool that matriculated up had moderate to extensive needs. So we're seeing that our students are needing more support. I have a graph in the next slide, but this chart is showing that over time, the cost per special education student, as well as the percentage of students that are qualified, has increased. So looking at this chart, we can see that back in 2016-17, we had about 11% of our students enrolled that were qualified, and now we are at 14% with an average cost of $30,000. A little bit more about our school sites, because this goes into all the programs that we have. Currently, we are at capacity at our school sites. When I say capacity, I don't mean that we can't accept more students. We have room for students. We don't have more classroom spaces. Every single classroom space is used. We've converted appropriate closet spaces into offices. So as long as it had ventilation, windows, etc., because we need these spaces to provide services to students, counseling, speech therapy, etc. With the addition of TK, we have no rooms available for growth without adjusting programs. Right now, classrooms are being used during the day by teachers and then in the afternoon by ELOP and YMCA. So in summary, over 80% of our budget is spent on people. Reductions of items like supplies can be part of the solution, but it can't be the entire solution. Thoughtful changes will need to be made that prioritize student learning while bringing expenditures in line with revenue. In the following slides, we also have supplemental materials to talk a little bit more about the programs. So STEAM and RTI teachers, where they're located, what they do, early literacy, instructional coaches, new teacher support, newcomer teachers, specialized TOSAs, school-based mental health, board-certified behavior analysts, site behavior technicians, state preschool, special education preschool, transitional kindergarten, SCEFs and McKinney-Vento liaisons, at-risk intervention supervisors, ELOP. And then if you have questions, I tried to go quickly, but happy to talk through any of the slides if there's questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Have questions from the board? I do not see any questions from the board, correct? Move on to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak? See one person. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak? Please raise your hand. I see one person online. Okay, I'll close the queue for online comments. Mr. Nelson, you may go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things I always find is that this district seems to underestimate how much the property values are going to grow. I know we're in a bad situation, but you look at what the offices are doing, and it looks like the real estate is plateaued for how it's going to be right around our area. So I don't think things are quite as drastic as, because we always somehow end up with millions more that goes into the reserves than was projected at the beginning of the year. The other thing is I'd like to say is things like RTI is supposed to be for science, and it's charged to the LCAP high needs students. However, I don't know if I've sent you the correlation chart of the number of SED kids that are served per RTI teacher, but it ends up being extremely disproportional in the opposite direction. Schools like Castro and Therakov have many more students, like about a factor of 20 more than schools like Amai and Stevenson. So that's one area that you could save money. Of course, I just figured out another place you could spend that same money. But it's not, if it's supposed to be for increasing high need students, it isn't put in the right place. The other thing is the district had a review in 2015 when it talked about how our money was being spent. Dr. Rudolph never really wanted to look at what it talked about consolidating positions in the district office. And if you look at the district office, it has expanded through the pandemic in terms of the percent of money, expenses that are spent on our general administration. It is now about 10%, and the average for elementary school districts is like 7%. So 3% out of 7, that's a very big fraction that we're big on how many positions we have in the central office, or how we spend money on the contract for the central office. So yeah, you could say, well, that's only $3 million. Well, $3 million is $3 million. And $3 million, for instance, is more than all the RTI teachers are paid. So looking at general administration, percent of expenses is something that the district office doesn't want you to look at, but you guys are running the district. It's your oversight responsibility. I'm glad to hear Charles talk about you make the decisions. You make the decisions about things like how much percent of revenue ought to be spent on the district office. And if you give them a target that says,
Time's up.
oops, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next speaker is Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I just want to, I have some clarifications. I know you can answer, but I just want to bring it up. In past year, I remember there is the preschool that the district runs, and I don't see the preschool included in these presentations. And I was wondering, is it I just want to know, like, if it, it is, if the district is spending money on it, it'll be nice to know how much of it is run by the like how much of that is taking like it additional expense to the district. And if this district is actually spending money on the preschool, I think we should reconsider working with, the city, because city has already have their own preschool, and and we are TK to 8 district, and if there is expense on preschool, maybe reconsider that and figure it out if that's something that we can, you know, um, fix. Thank you.
Dr. Westover, could you answer Ms. Liu's question?
I have it in front of me. I'll just say it is in the presentation. It's on slide 42.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent Bear. That's it for public comments. Do we have any comments from the board? Trustee Conley?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. There is a lot of information here. Now we have some good costs in front of us. I attended the district advisory committee meeting last night, and it was interesting hearing parents kind of talk through how they perceived the budget issues that we're discussing. And they very much kind of ended up on staff as the lever, but I know that's a really painful lever. And so as we move forward in conversation, again, we're looking for an evaluation of our programs that will then, I think, also help us with our budgetary decisions. But I think the more that we can get broader community input as well is really helpful from, I know the superintendent Beer has done a roadshow for staff, but the more we can get input as a board from our staff, from our parents, from the broader community, I think that's also helpful. So I hope we build that into some of our outreach, maybe some community meetings beyond just school site council meetings or something that could bring in that input. And then preschool came up. Preschool, we put in $695,000 and we get a contribution from the state and then also from fees of about $2.7 million. So we are paying a fraction of the cost of preschool, but by putting up that small amount, which isn't going to have a huge impact on when we're looking at this overall budget and a $9 million deficit, that's not going to solve it. But early childhood education, there is so much research there. I mean, there's decades and decades of research about how early childhood education impacts learning for students once they enter kindergarten and all the way through their school years. And that is why the district began this state preschool program to begin with. It's also won statewide awards. So, of all of the things in here to kind of target, I don't think preschool is the silver bullet that's going to solve our budget problems, but I do think we also looked at data last year of how the student outcomes based on their preschool attendance and how long they were in our preschool and hours, and we see it actually impacting their academics. So it does make a difference for our district.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there's a lot of interesting information that we can consider with all the other information that Dr. Westover has been providing. Any further comments? That will move on to the next item, item E.
It would be,
program
if I could just
evaluations,
chime in, it would
services.
be,
Go ahead.
I think it would be helpful for us if we, and it doesn't have to be right here, but if you review the information, if there are additional questions, information you want to see, I think emailing us would be very helpful. So we can prepare for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So you started on item E.
And let me just follow up with that. I mean, Trustee Conley sort of requested, invited the public to give comments. Would you we encourage the public to send you emails and
Yeah, of course. I think what's going to, and we can talk about the gathering of input as we move forward. But I think what's going to be most valuable, rather than give them just a blank slate, is to provide something for them to react to.
okay, thank you. Okay, item E, program evaluation services, Superintendent Bear.
Yes, so it's been mentioned a couple of times as we've moved through this evening. As I came on board, back in February, it became clear there were a significant number of programs in place in the district, and I think it's important to understand what is working, what is effective, and really making a difference on student achievement, and which things are having less of an impact. I do not doubt for a moment that everything was put in place with the best of intention. There's no doubt about that. But the question does arise then, when there is so much in place, which of those things are having the impact and which aren't. If I look at our student performance data, it really makes it unclear because we are doing a lot and not having the impact that we want to have on students and their learning. So with that, I'll just say we are working hard, but we're not yet seeing those results we want for our students, particularly in some of our subgroups where achievement gaps persist, and they are oftentimes our most underserved students. So to ensure every student benefits, I would recommend that we have an objective outside perspective to help us determine where our resources can have the greatest impact. Over the course of the next several months, you all are going to be making decisions that will impact future balanced budgets. This timely data is crucial in order for us to carefully analyze those expenditures and better inform what we should retain, those programs that are most impactful, right, for student outcomes. This effort is about effectiveness and what is truly working for our students in this school district. We're looking for clear direction on where to focus our attention so we can make meaningful changes that improve outcomes for all students. And through this process, we'll learn which of our current practices have that most positive impact on student achievement, where we should invest more effort, and what we may need to do differently or scale back and reduce completely. So we put an RFP out, and after a competitive process, Orenda Education has risen to the top. I will be clear with you that I have worked with Orenda Education before, back when they were called Principals Exchange, in my time in Los Altos School District. MVLA has used them as well. Their track record is well documented both locally and across the state of California, particularly emphasis in Southern California. And over the course of the next several months, trustees, you're going to be making decisions that impact the future balanced budget, and this timely data about program efficacy is crucial. To maximize the benefit for Mountain View-Wispin School District, we recommend working with the vendor with the shortest timeline. We need completion by the end of the year. And I'll just point out that this is a one-time expense for future benefit. We have a $130 million budget that we're working to refine and bring into balance. So it will also inform our revised strategic plan that needs updating. And it's not just about the budget, even though that's the most pressing need at this very moment. So with that in mind, I am you can see the agenda item, and I'm bringing forth a recommendation that we move forward with Orenda as quickly as possible, so we can get them engaged and working in our district.
Any questions from the trustees? Trustee Conley?
Just a very brief, something that also came up in that district advisory committee was around timeline. So we are looking to give the public a broader timeline. We have time to discuss these things, but if we're going to make changes for next year, that impact staff in any way. And that's not something I encourage, but there is a real timeline there, which is March 15th is when employees have to be notified if if their contract's not being renewed, or if their positions are being removed in some way. Is that the timeline that you see us having to work towards, Superintendent Bear, and that's why December is so important? Or is there a different timeline or expectation for decision making?
No, what you stated was accurate. Although March 15th is the legal deadline for notification. We really have to march back well before that, because our closest regular meeting scheduled for that is, I believe, March 6th. If we are going to affect employees, we want to have personal conversations with them, right? So that needs to take place before that, right? No surprises. So that we are really looking at, in the past when this has occurred in districts I've worked in, it's really prior to that winter, that February break, right? Is when we have to have all this lined up. There's a tremendous amount of work that has to be done in the HR department. And as we line up all of that paperwork, they really need the time by the end of January. So our program evaluation being done by the end of December is what needs to happen, so that we have the month of January to have those conversations, excuse me, make those decisions. And we anticipate that we're going to have to do some proposed work to identify, do some modeling of what we will bring forward to the board and recommend, and then look at that as we are working with the program evaluator to reconcile it, to see if it makes sense. I think we'll have conversation along the way with them. That's usually how these work.
Thank you. I think that timeline is really helpful for the public and the board.
Any other questions? Is there any member of the public who would like to speak on this item? I do not see anyone in person, and I do not see anyone online. Any comments from the board? Trustee Henry?
I just wanted to say that I think this is a really important examination for us to embark on, and it's very much worth the investment of funds to me. I think this would be important even if we did not have the budgetary pressure involved. Going back to the conversation just from our first presentation tonight of the importance of really focusing our energy and our dollars on the programs and the expenses that are really having an effect on the outcomes and the children. So the budget piece is very important, but I think I would be in support of this even if we didn't have a budget issue at hand.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yes. Similarly, I think, right, like one of the appealing portions of this is that it's, we had a large growth period where we added things, and now it's saying, okay, are we getting, not necessarily reducing how much we're spending, but specifically, like, are we getting the bang for our buck on all these things? And the deep dive into that, I think, is really, really valuable. I also appreciate the candor and transparency of having worked with them in the past. Knowing that is, I think, useful for the public, and I'm glad we ran this RFP. It's unfortunate no one could read our timelines besides them. So, but I think, like was pointed out, we have some timelines that are difficult to hit, and we need to be aggressive, at least at that point. We don't have to make rash decisions immediately, but making sure we line up the timelines.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'll add that the programs we have in place, some of them it's really hard to draw a through line to student achievement, and that doesn't mean they're not of value. It just means it takes a deeper dive to really understand them and investigate and tease out the impact they're having. And that's just gonna take human power to get in there, get involved, talk to people, have focus groups, look at data, all of those things.
Yeah, I agree that, not only in addressing the budget issue, but working with uh, 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 Director Bear and and Ms. Dagger about evaluating our programs and seeing how, yeah, what works for the students the best. So it'll be great. Trustee Reed?
I think children have changed since coming back from the pandemic. Uh, Learning styles have changed, student behaviors have changed, and to continue to try to do the same things and get different outcomes doesn't make sense. And I think it's really great to have the opportunity to stand back and let somebody else come in and say, hey, these aren't having those outcomes that originally they had, or these supports are no longer relevant to the current student population, and really deep diving and reevaluating and figuring out how can we best support our current set of students and how do we move forward to making those making that progress in academic achievement that we're looking for.
Thank you. Further comments, Trustee Conley?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Superintendent Bear. I think it is very challenging sometimes to derive a direct correlation or even causation with some of the programs within the district. It's hard to isolate all the variables, run a regression analysis that's going to tell you what's the impact of living classroom, right? But I think that doesn't mean, even though it's difficult to figure out the impacts the different programs are having, perhaps in a strict statistical sense, we still have to prioritize certain programs over others to get through times when we don't have as much budget. And so the goal of this is to help us do that.
Thank you. Is there any more comments? This is an action item. Do I have a motion to approve the retention of Orenda? So I'm trying to look at the front, Orenda Education.
I move to approve awarding the contract of program evaluation services to Orenda.
A second.
Yeah, but motion by Trustee Reed and a second by Trustee Henry to award a contract for program assessment of the district's current instructional and student support programs to Orenda Education. Take a roll call vote. Trustee Conley?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Trustee DeFazio?
Aye.
Trustee Lambert? Aye. The motion was approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Move on to item F on the agenda, approval of the maintenance and operations agreement. Dr. Westover will present.
Good evening. There's no formal presentation accompanied by this, just the documents. The board has, just for the public, the board has seen these documents probably 5 or 6 times in closed session over the last few months. So unless there are any questions, I'll pass it back.
And I think pointing out these are the identical documents that Foothill De Anza Community College District has already approved.
Yes.
And then I will add that these documents, I think I mentioned it before, have been prepared and reviewed by several different law firms.
Yes.
Have any questions from the board? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Don't see any. Any comments or a motion?
I'm just very excited to continue our partnership with Foothill De Anza College. So
I make a motion to approve the Maintenance and operations agreement, a condition precedent for buyers and sellers' obligation to close escrow pursuant to the purchase and sale agreement for real property with joint escrow instructions between the Mountain View Wisman and Foothill De Anza Community College District.
Second.
A motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio that the board approve the maintenance and operations agreement as presented. So I'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Conley?
Aye.
Reed?
Aye.
Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Trustee DeFazio?
Aye.
Trustee Lambert? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Move to item G. This is another action item. Approval of Exhibit D, the co-tenancy agreement to the purchase and sale agreement for the real property with joint escrow instructions between Mountain View Wisman and Foothill De Anza Community College Districts.
So
Dr. Wismer.
similarly, the board has reviewed this probably 6 times in closed session. It's the same document that Foothill De Anza approved, reviewed by multiple different law firms.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? I do not see any. Any comments from the board or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the tenants in common agreement between the district and Foothill De Anza Community College District attached as Exhibit B, which shall be incorporated and made part of the purchase and sale agreement for real property with joint escrow instructions by and between MVWSD and Foothill De Anza Community College District.
Second.
Motion by trustee Conley and a second by trustee DeFazio that the board approve Exhibit D, the co-tenancy agreement to the purchase and sale agreement for the real property with joint escrow instructions between Mountain View Wisman and Foothill De Anza Community College District. Take a roll call vote. Trustee Conley?
Aye.
Trustee Reed?
Aye.
Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Trustee DeFazio?
Aye.
Trustee Lambert? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item H, the vendor list will be postponed till the next board meeting. Are there any board updates? I don't see any. Then for future board meeting dates are November 6th, November 20th, and December 18th. Any final comments from the board? Superintendent? That I will close the meeting at 10:34 p.m.